early today instead of late. So, um, the game screen might be a bit weird because I I basically haven't set the screen size yet. I thought I opened it at least once to just get the screen size ready, but I don't think I even opened the game at all, just because I didn't know what was going to happen. So I was going to set the screen size before stream, but um, I set the time that it was when I was setting up and stuff. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously, they just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. The hang on popped up before it, so I didn't know what that was. So that's why I just closed the game, reopened it, got it back to the clock, so I can show you everything new as I experience it. That's how I know that you care about this experience, you're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Ha! Okay, pros. Okay, resolution. Alright, so now I gotta change it on the stream. Great. Because that's probably, yep, that does not look good. Doesn't that look better? Oh yeah, I think I was waiting for an update because there was something weird with the resolution when I first started up and I couldn't get a reasonable size. But yeah. Wait. Nah, I was gonna do a whole bit where it's just like, didn't we just play this a couple weeks ago? And we played the original version a couple weeks ago. And I said I was excited for this version, so can't even pretend. Settings, general, one-handed walking. Huh. Alright. I'm gonna... I want to turn on content warning for you all, but I also don't want it to break up gameplay. So there are things that might not be um, easily dealt with. I forget words. I'm kind of bad on my own sometimes, but I'm trying. The end is never the end is loading. I think I had my friend Tav with me last time.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Because he didn't.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright. Is there anything... I hate Mondays. Today is Monday, actually. I'm very slidey. That's what I'm noticing right now. Why am I so slidey? There is a... You can't jump. Oh, come on.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It's... Who farted? It's set into the controls, like, space for jump. It's like, okay, well, why can't I jump then? It's a big fucking troll! I wonder... how the mighty have fallen, something, something. Be my Valentine. These monks are kind of weird. Well, the Be My Valentine one, at least. The Who Farted one, I guess, is like pretty funny in my opinion. There's no way to get in here. That'd be so freaky just to have something like peek in and slip away. Did I play Stanley Parable before or after my computer got bonked up? Sales in this quarter. This does not make sense.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I wonder how, like, defiant I want to be this first time. Nah, let's just... Nah. I wanna know what changed. I want to know what's different. If it's just the same game, that is the greatest troll of all time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve this dispute with a coworker. Fucking throw a hand. Duh. That's how I do it. I was born doing it.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This is my favorite area. I need to change my mouse sensitivity.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Except to annoy the fuck out of you. Take that, omnipotent beings that mock us.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Fuck all.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Fuck
Standing
yeah.
around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because I did it last time. I don't know why I'm looking up like you're above me. You'd be below me.
You realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Then why
I
are you
never would have
saying
thought to mention it.
You're saying a lot for something that doesn't matter. If it didn't matter, then you wouldn't have scripted dialogue.
This is somehow its own branching path.
It is.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
The broom closet ending is my favorite.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Oh, fuck
He
you.
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Well, I don't even got a body, so
Drug money.
cute.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Hell yeah. Don't do drugs.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
I'm more brain dead than actually dead, or more dead inside. So.
It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
This game is awesome, though.
When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Alright, there's nothing else.
Ah, second player. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus?
Yeah, fungus.
Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay, that's all I'm gonna do with that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Kinda wanna go downstairs. No, I'm following the path this time, I forgot. I mean, I gotta say, it looks better than it was previously. Oh, sweet bathroom. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be. to have to pick just one. Extreme bathrooms. You're gonna shit when you see this. So you better be sitting down on a toilet. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. The beige pages. Business time.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Why do I have a cursor right now? Maybe it's just...
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I mean, yeah, there's no reason. That's a bit someone else did. But also,
2845.
someone did a whole bit. No. It's like, yeah, there's no way I could possibly know that. And that's the only... It just popped up on my For You page on TikTok. Other than that, I have seen basically nothing for this version.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Well, that's different than before. Definitely a lot darker. Like, visually. There's nothing over here. Boop.
Descending deeper into
Of course,
the
I have to change my
Stanley
sitting position.
realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was
He
a
felt
stirring
kinda
of
gay.
emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Huh. I don't know if that was available in the last version. I think it was just a single button.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
No, I thought that was the code. Wait. Damn it. I was hoping there'd be something for putting those in.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
You're welcome. I'm amazing. Oh, man.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
It's a spooky corridor.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
It says escape though, but
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
oh no,
Did he have the strength
porn.
to find out?
All porn. I am really saddened by the fact that I can't jump.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Face punch logo.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
247. There it is. And it's just looking at file cabinets. Perfect.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I wonder if this game is just a
Here was
graphical
the group,
upgrade.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
There's a doorway over here. I don't know why it does like the keyboard clack. That's kind of interesting. Like it's a narrative game, and I want to say stuff, but also I don't fucking know what to say. Not all the time.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Boop. Okay, that's a basic ass storyline.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power
Actually, a
that
really
he
big
had
door.
been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Oh my gosh, I can never crack my neck, apparently.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell.
Well, we have a
But the
clock.
one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh, there it goes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Means that
meeting
you're
room.
this
Perhaps he had
bitch.
simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find it. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I changed the mouse sensitivity. Oh, that's better to me.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
I wonder. Let's just do everything against what the fuck he says.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yeah.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
Danger everywhere.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Fuck no. I want to be antagonistic. No buckets past this point. Was there a bucket that I could have brought? That's a type of bucket, but it's not the bucket that's on the thing. Warning, do not stand on this side of fence.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Fuck you.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
It's jack shit.
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I'd written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
You've been antagonistic too.
Nothing, because this is what you wanted to see.
There's someone down there.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What do you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion.
Fuck you.
Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Good old Neil Skid. Garth. I haven't played for that long. Dead Rat is ranked better than me.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Fucking love it.
I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls
This
left
has
towards
been in
the
prototype for
enemy.
such a
You
long
click the button
time.
to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure
Oh,
it's a
that's the
success?
achievement
Be
thing. I
sure to
forgot.
keep notes on your experience.
I hate the brrr noise and the constant crying. No, I'm not gonna subject you to that. There's a plant over here.
You heartless bastard. Did
It's
you
not
do
even
it because
burning.
you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Mostly to
Because
spite
what's the
you at
matter?
this
Well, I
point.
don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to
I
try.
like fire.
I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
Cool.
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Okay.
Let's see. What do we have here?
So far, it's just a sick game.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh,
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
this is Firewatch.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose.
Who Firewatches the
Yes,
Firewatch?
that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the
It's
experience
Stacy.
of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
It had the Minecraft door sound, because that's what it was before. It's bleach. Cookbook. Yeah, this. I was like, oh man, I sure do wonder what's different, because so far it's the same. And then there's this. It used to be Minecraft. Death strikes at 2, the Patriots, Birds of Wyoming, Singular Mind. Truck Alaska. Firewatch is really interesting. I could maybe play it sometime. Propane. Okay, I really thought I was going to go through that.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Let's see what we got. Oh, Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't
can't
any
remember.
possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Where am I?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
It's
Stanley,
sports ball.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Oh, my
We shall
sports
run the
ball.
bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay,
You
Stanley,
want to do a
here's the
touchdown,
ball. Have
maybe?
fun.
Yeah. Go blue. Go blue.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
I'm trying
Is
to.
it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
This is actually pretty interesting.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist.
Come on.
But if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric
I love
sports
balls all over my
experience.
face.
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel
More
amazing,
balls.
doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop.
Balls.
I simply have
Balls
to
in
have
my
more.
face. Balls in my face.
Insatiable. More
Balls in my face. Balls all over the place. More specifically, my face. That's where I love the balls. That's just a giant spire.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Wow.
What are you doing?
I didn't mean to do that.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Whoa. Back into the old Gmod. Gmod. Well, Source Engine. Edition. Kind of wish I had a flashlight. There's two doors. There are two doors inside of you. One is a wolf. The other is also a wolf. Because it was a take on there are two wolves inside of you. I mean, those computers. Oh, Half-Life Mod Source Engine version. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It's love animating and mixing stuff, it looks like. Can't interact with the door. Is there anything to do? Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way.
I'll be back.
Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
What's been happening now?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Aha, input. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Oh, fuck you. Okay. This is cool. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck to say.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
So I'm pretty delighted.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay, I gotta figure out how to bring a bucket to that one
Okay,
place.
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I'm trying to remember who the game is by. It's not Geese Geese Geese, is it? Ducks Ducks Ducks. I feel like it's 3 words again. But can't remember what. Crows, crows, crows. It was a bird. I was close.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
You can't jump anywhere else but the circle. Perfect. That's fucking funny. This brings me joy. Oh. Oh no. I can't jump anymore?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be
It's not
something
plugged
else,
into anything, right? Does the cable just loop around or something? And we can't jump anywhere else.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say,
gosh, I can't believe it.
initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just
Is it?
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is
I mean,
new content,
it would excite
I
Justin
suggest we do
McElroy,
the whole
not
dictionary.
just
There's 20 hours of
Griffin
new content right
McElroy.
there.
He
I could
loves
counter 30
characters.
trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
So sometimes the narrator claims that this is his game, but also, right now, he's just like,
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And
They actually
don't
didn't
get
rush
started
this.
on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on?
wait. Does it actually say, well, view all achievements. There it is!
This, I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills.
18 Nikki Cowboys in here.
Having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Yes. What? That's not normal. Ah, the old office.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
But what about this way?
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
I wanted to see if... Coffee nut. I want that mug. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. A mug that says coffee nut. Because it's talking about coffee jizz. And I'm queer. That's the joke. Aha. Want that good coffee nut.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh no, it's a fat guy. Whoa. Whoa. Alright guys, we're actually playing Elden Ring now.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Isn't this like a mind palace or something?
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then,
Almost
it
10
all
years
meant
ago.
something. Oh, the waste.
Need box. What? I wonder what that actually says. Don't forget the Stanley Parable. 2013. The Stanley Parable was released. Again, almost 10 years ago. It's 2022. 2014 Independent Games Festival Audience Award. It's a BAFTA for The Last of Us as the Stanley Parable with masking tape over it. Oh, 2013. Haha. Be 813, but it's 9:54. Our first kiss, my first car. The release of the Stanley Parable. I remember. The Memory Zone temp. That's good times. Let's begin again. Me first dollar! A trip down memory lane. Bits of music. Smile because it happened. I wonder what that picture actually is. Stanley Parable alpha test. Stanley Parable demonstration. I remember when Steam Train did that. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. Unachievable, it's impossible to get this achievement. And there actually is a way to like try and get it, but there if you do that, like, you get an achievement for being a cheater. Beta, work in progress. Nominee, game innovation. Debut game. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder new tack to achieve diversity. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. 50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. Right. I wanted to see if there's anything hidden in that newspaper. Here's a spot. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. That's when you fall down. In loving memory, little Stanley. Aww. Was that actually someone's, like, hamster? That's... Oh, I was gonna sit out here and be like, oh, look at the view.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Sploosh. Sploosh. Fantastic Arcade. There's the Minecraft part. Oh yeah, it was Portal. That's what it was before. Maintenance zone. Memory zone maintenance. There's a box. You are playing the Stanley Parable. I'm not the same announcer as that guy, but I'm a different announcer. One that I think might be enough for you. One that I hope is enough for you. Because that's all I try to do. My best. For you. For Scott K. What does that mean? Was that an actual version that was released? Is it like 29?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
It actually didn't need anything else. It's making commentary on itself. A serious room. Well, I can't get over there.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I would give a glowing review if I gave.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game's already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Right up my ass? No, not up your own ass, my ass. I got room in my ass. And there's the once a stream butt joke. Minimum once a stream butt joke. Or anal joke. I don't know, butt stuff joke. This is giving me Insound Mind vibes right now because of the one patient. Pee pee poo poo. Okay. Like, I would recommend this game.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me.
Little shaft.
I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
Oh no, it's
What
really
an
great.
awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Okay. Because I played the original Stanley Parable fairly recently, but like within the past couple months, like this year even, um, I still like the game. And definitely if you consider the game in the time that it was released, it was really good. It was so good. It There are lots of different games that have been inspired by the Stanley Parable and would be possible without it.
To say, you constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I
The
do
fuck is
anything
that?
for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
You don't need a skip button though. I just want to walk around and see whatever there is.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is. So on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to
I'm
manufacture.
actually curious
It went on for nearly
what all he says.
10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago?
There's a fly.
Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore
Okay,
by
so
becoming it is. So on and so forth, until in... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made
You
in
see the
fact
gag?
make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel. that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've got me going back to Manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
It's making you want to use the skip
Here we
button.
go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
And like, if you've hung on this long,
Treatise.
here's like an actual thing.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs...
I mean, it would be
Steam
kind of
will
bad to
instantly
not
run out
understand
and implement a
Steam
new
too
feature
well,
to make it
seeing
possible
as
to edit
that's
one's
where
review,
the
merely
source
because of this very
engine
situation. Yes, I
is
think
also a
that's
part of.
quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved
I don't
video
want to
game
skip it
properties
because
of
I don't
all
want to
time.
miss
The
things.
additions and
But also,
changes made
we're
to
supposed
this
to skip it.
expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of
Because
all
that little
media
bump
ever
bump
made. It is perhaps true to
was
say that
because
no mistakes
this
are forever
this
etched
part is
in
supposed to
stone,
repeat
for
most
the
likely.
stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Well, the door's
I
gone.
think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yeah, there
I
was.
do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can
Teleportation.
enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a
Teleportation.
window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these.
I got an
Just for
asshole.
us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Oh,
You've
damn.
just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea.
We just have to keep pressing
I
it.
have no idea how long...
If you want to hear.
Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Holy fuck, the
Stanley,
plan's dead.
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just...
I gotta press the skip button again. I gotta do it.
It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because
I feel a
know
bit like a
you
dick,
can't
but-
hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn
Sometimes
my
we just
story
need someone
to
to
the ground.
listen.
One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel.
I wonder if we're just going to get to the narrator's death at some point. And that's gonna be sad.
Days, months.
Because if the narrator dies, does it start us up without a narrator at all?
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place?
It really feels like it's gonna be a horror game now. Jump scare. Oh, the clock's not even ticking anymore. Planet's fully dead. There was nothing else. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. No, please. Oh. Thank God.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It's dripping. Is that gonna do something to us?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
More
end,
dripping.
is never the end, 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 is never.
What's changed? Oh, there's a lot more dripping now. Yeah, now it's meant to be noticeable. Oh, fuck. This gives me very much Portal 2 vibes there. Oh, sunlight. What is there to do now? Same thing as there always was. To just move forward. Grow again. I had no idea that was coming, but... this is sad. What happened? I don't even know what happened there. This isn't supposed to be a horror game, but I am very scared. I'm very scared they're gonna pull us with. Oh. I wonder if the button will come back up. No. We're just supposed to leave. Hey, blow it all to hell! Oh, I can't get on top of it. Okay. I'm not supposed to be back here. Because I see it through textures. Crows also worked on accounting. VR. VR accounting plus. Oh, fuck, dude. That was something.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. No matter how hard Stanley
But where's
looked,
the input
he
computer?
couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, I'm not going out there yet. I want to do that later. That person's playing solitaire. Probably gonna be more entertaining than. I mean, it says new content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
My heart. I'm dying. From all the new content. It's so cool. The end is never the end. 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 The end. The end is never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. The end. I was saying the end twice. New content.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Ha!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new
Testing
territory
two
we'll
printers
cover
at the same
with a
time.
fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The end is never the end. Again. 427. Welcome, Investors Showcase, Stanley Parable 2. Give us
Calling
money.
it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Well,
It's
versions of 2.
future-oriented. It screams progress
Adventure
and
Line.
innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Photos off painting K. It's an office painting K. There's a lot of stickies there. Office Paint D. I am very interested to see all the boundary breaks and stuff. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. That would be such a good song to use if they actually made like Stanley Parable 2. Welcome back, Stanley. Just the two of us. I bet you can hear all the frogs out there. More the Stanley Parable, better the Stanley Parable. Win-win. Sequential mind share, paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelope client-centric marketing, the color red, leverage, holistic value. Bunch of buzzwords from office stuff. They're back 2 doors. The old and busted, new hotness, cool red section of chart, boring sections of the chart. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. It could have been like, he came to 2 doors again, or something like that. I don't know. Don't say like they're back, because that doesn't seem as fun. But also, like, this is completely ironic. What the fuck does this mean? The right side of the brain, E. We'll figure E. Thanks for attending my meeting. Multiplayer!
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Eh. Depends. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman, Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity, Original Sin 2. Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Eat. I can't respect the, I don't know, power of hunger. Do not. I wonder how far this is gonna go. Is that right now? Do not trust your pain? What? The prequel is the sequel, the prequel is the sequel, the sequel is the prequel, the sequel is the prequel. Hey, it's Crow. This way to the show floor. New content, new features, new content. Expo Hall 2.
Here we are. Go on. try out some of the new features.
Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. Exclusive button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Nice try, but my name is complicated. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. The new updated ray traced, more of the same but in good ways. Huh. New features, new content, new ideas. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. The baby is all grown up. The bucket. Reassurance bucket. DO344. Please no screenshots. I'm going to screenshot all of this. Collectibles. I kind of want to go to the button that says the name. There's merch and stuff. Enjoy the new features. The clip art too. Epilogue. Taste the sequel.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Okay.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Goddamn, bro.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly
Jim?
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory.
But I'm
If you
Jim.
don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
But I am Jim.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
But I am Jim.
Imagine yourself driving to...
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here.
I am
done with
Jim.
this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Are you part of the game, or did you make the game? I don't know what your deal is necessarily.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Jim is the new Stanley. Wow! Settings, World Champion, Infinite Hole, Free Achievement. I don't want to do that yet. Huh. I want to see what that QR code does. I gotta go back down there and do it. Cause I wonder what it does. That's it. When you put a QR code in something, you're most likely gonna link it to do something. So go to the StanleyParable2.com. Oh my gosh, it's a full website setup and stuff. I recommend checking it out. Because I ain't gonna show you it. I don't want to waste the time. Well, not to waste the time, but... Hey. I don't know why I'm so yawny. I'm always yawning, though, I feel like. I want to walk around up there. I feel like I will be able to walk around up there. I see a door. Settings World Champion. The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Spent all your jumps. Give me more jumps. No jumps remaining. Player tiers. Fuck you! So what if I like to jump? That is not an easily... That's not a good way to label a map. Collectibles. Let's get that free achievement though. Look, I did it.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Oh, that's bullshit. Crows. You're known for your trolling and stuff. They made up a whole bit for the Accounting Plus, or Accounting Plus VR.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Plus. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That's very spooky. There's not 6. There is not 6.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Infinite. Oh. Let's go to the reassuring bucket. Or reassurance bucket.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh. This would be awesome.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
God damn it. Fuck you.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
But there's no easy way to just go through everything all at once. In one go.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the
I want the bucket.
solution. Come on, give it a try.
I get to try the bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
This is my bucket now. I get to keep the bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
It is the most enjoyable bucket. What happens if I accidentally drop the bucket down below? Time, depth, distance, space-time, whole like infinity falling. Opening, rim, surrounding area, depth, infinite. Infinity. So it's the back rooms.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
Actually, some games have that.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning.
If you glitch Sonic Boom just right, you can have infinite falling. Yeah, I'm not going down that hole. Not yet, at least. Because there is the exit. That's new. What's the exit?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
No. Because that feels like the end. But the infinite hole also feels like the end. Fuck! There's no clear path! Oh no! At least I got my bucket. I love you, Bucket. Bucket. This is the bucket is actually just a Homestuck reference.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Huh.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Does that mean that there is a bottom that we're gonna hit?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
We would get into. Nope, back down the hole.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now.
Yep.
Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole.
This is the new closet
Just be up
ending.
here when you're ready.
Whoop. Just go down one more time. I got a bucket. I like my bucket. You like my bucket? I like my bucket. Clink, clank, 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 clank. The soft clanks. Huh, an unattended bag. That's not suspicious at all. Oh, I want to push it off. Please, no screenshots. Guys, no screenshots.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is.
I'm ready.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Sort of. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes. Yes.
This is gonna look like something
much
stupid.
better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Nope.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's
The
a
jump
long
circle
game.
is the whole.
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it.
And that's
No
what's
matter
so
how good these gags are,
interesting
they
about
wouldn't
the first
stand on
game.
their own. They would
It's hard
need
to
the
replicate.
structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With
That's what
respect.
you've done.
With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Does it just put me into the title screen? Oh. Let's see what happens.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company
There's the balloons.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427.
427?
was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what
'Cause it's
buttons
like
to push,
24/7.
how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-ending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized
But where's
that
all the
not
red?
one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
rolls.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's the bucket. I know how to do the bucket now.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
They could have put the other
Yes,
vending
Stanley
machine.
thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I remembered that bucket sign.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket's never wrong.
Stanley
Press the
took
bucket,
the door
press the
on
bucket,
his
press
left
the bucket.
to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Days of luck.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I mean, there wasn't like a, whoa, what are you doing?
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game
I want to
if
bring
not
the
addressed
bucket.
quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Want to bring the bucket. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
What?
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Substantial new content.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an
What?
actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Alright, I'll just say no all the time. Fuck you. Of course it's gonna pull some shit like this.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Third time's a charm.
Correct. This
Yay.
is a bucket.
I knew I'd be right sometime. Yes, this is the bucket.
Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's
Thank
just
you.
move
Thank you.
on to the next
I know
one.
I'm incredible.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What the fuck?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
We've been saying yes this entire
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Nice. Wait, I couldn't choose both.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
For once, you did not join into butts, but you did join into buckets.
Okay, you and
I
I
made the
both
butt
know
joke earlier.
There isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Buckets, the new
You know
butts.
what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
I've just been pressing
I've
yes
lost
this entire
all
time.
sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Isn't a bucket
Do any of
relative
us
to
know what a
perspective?
bucket is? Am I a bucket?
It's awesome.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Babe,
I
don't break
can't
up.
have that. I'm sorry. But but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No, don't.
Okay.
No, don't. I need my bucket. Fuck. It's the Stanley Parable.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything is a bucket.
Yeah, wait. Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my god, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still
Not the
here.
Bucket
You're not a
Massacre of
bucket either.
1997.
This is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows
It's
what
all
that
a bucket.
information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
This game is bonkers. I love it. This is a different hallway.
Stanley
There's my
lifted the
bucket.
bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his neck. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
Bucket,
employee lounge
bucket,
was simply the place to be.
I
And
love
here it
bucket.
was. Had the bucket
Bucket
turned
is
up
my
before?
new
Was this better than the meeting
wife.
room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back
Bucket
to the
is my
meeting
husband.
room.
Bucket is my wife. Bucket has no gender.
No,
They fulfill my
Said
life.
the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Nah, I don't want to go to cargo lift. I want to get this.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay, but knowing crows, that could actually be true that there is no reward for collecting all the Stanleys, or there actually is a reward for collecting all the Stanleys, or it's impossible to collect all the Stanleys. It's that kind of... Oh, it's a night lady. They're pretty. That's a lot of cassettes. Narrator, dialogue, narrator. It's all the narrator dialogue. Huh. Did they really do all of it on cassette tapes? That's not pretty cool. I don't know, it's not efficient.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down
Okay, but...
doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Buckets are wonderful.
Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
It's going in reverse right now, it says.
I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
The bucket.
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
That's not the usual narrator, though. So I don't know who that was.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Is there actually something following me now? God, is it like a fucking PT thing? Where there actually is something following you? It feels very PT. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Huh. But also, who wouldn't write a
The
fanfic
confusion and the
about
chaos
Bucket?
all seemed to melt away as Stanley
Bucket is
embraced
wonderful.
the bucket.
Also, there are lots of Wattpad fanfics involving buckets that already exist. Just search Homestuck.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
See, 413 buckets. That would be something else if you were able to. Oh, true. But also, you can get very saucy with a bucket. Trust the completionist instinct. I can tell you spotted one. What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Maybe we are the collectibles. Follow clues provided by item 416. We can do it. Red room. Thank you. Good luck. I feel like there's not going to be enough figurines that are able to be found. Bottom text. How can we find them? There will be a reward for finding all of them. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. Private but smelly place. Why not all those places?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
No.
It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No, it doesn't.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
Never.
Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be. Given the... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another
mini-stands is...
Stanlerine under your belt.
Mini stance is better though.
Okay,
I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Need the bucket. Love the bucket. Input received.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket guides me. There it is.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then, different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
You can get rid of the pop figures all you want, but you'll never truly get rid of them. That's what they're saying. I wonder if I'm able to go back up. Like last.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I could probably go back up, but I don't want to this time, actually.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control.
But it says escape. No, I want to escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Fine, let's go with the easy ending. Because I don't want to end any of the Stanley Parable 2 things if...
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, man. He gently kissed the bucket.
The
Bucket.
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it
I
very
can
nearly
jump
burst
off.
into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Ha. I wonder what that means. Like, I want to see what the ending with the bucket is. But also I want to jump off and see what happens there. Bottom.
Just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit
Nice.
cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette.
This is
that
the
was used
fanfic
for
about the
bucket
bucket.
with proper needs. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to
Martine
feel like
predicted it.
In fact, after some time,
Full
Stanley
circle.
realized that it had
Just
been
looks full
ages
circle.
since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Bucket, yeah.
Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable.
Bucket babies.
This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
We can make it our ending. Alright, we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Input received.
No
Yes.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I don't even know what. I want to take the bucket with me, but there's also one place where I need to get the Stanley figurine that I can't go with the bucket. I love you, bucket. I'll never forget you.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I'm gonna get that
Perhaps he
Stanley
wanted to
figurine.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible...
I'm doing this for the bucket so we can have a better life together.
To get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
It's almost as thick as the bucket.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I think somehow
realize that
bucket
investing your trust in someone else can be
looped
difficult,
around the
but
butt.
the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
I have never forgotten about the bucket.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero
Someone I've forgotten
consideration for
about.
others?
I've
Are you
never
that
forgotten about the
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this.
You
but I
are plotting
really
against
do
me and the
want to
bucket.
help you, to show
It says
you
no
something
buckets past this
beautiful.
point.
Look, let me
And it's
prove
sad.
it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully. This is important.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly
See this,
Wiggly.
Stanley? This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I
The
would
Stiggly
tell you
Wigglies
that
need a
I'm
bucket.
proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yep, that seemed like the logical end to that.
Thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always
Oh,
trying to
no.
get somewhere that isn't
Infinite
here.
Square.
Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Is it the bucket?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
The bucket.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Oh, but it's the only way to end this part. Dang it. That I know of. That'll be fun to watch. Hi.
No. What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
What have we achieved?
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die.
I didn't get any
what
achievements.
About this isn't getting through to you. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I'm going down the stairs because I don't want to die this time. What's it drawing? Fuck, there's a Freddy's. Ah.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
No, I can't. But. Damn it. I wish there was an easier way to end this one.
No!
Bomp.
Oh,
My leg's broken.
thank God. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll
what
both
is that
go back. Why
splash
are you
sound
doing
from?
this?
Bomp.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
I don't know if I'm slower now because
Yes.
I'm.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Dude. There's no ending that way. I'm pretty sure.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Hell no, I love this
Literally
game.
willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Nope. Whoa, what the fuck?
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Damn it.
No, perhaps not.
This is a very sad way to do this. end this run. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention something about like something actually following behind us, like PT did, where it actually had.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along.
It actually had like a
I
ghost
guess
figure
that was too much
person
to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
following
Well, this
behind
one is yours.
the player throughout the game after a certain point.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Had to do the restart. Oh no, there's no more balloons. Whoa.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright, memory zone time. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. It's hard to describe what this game is. You just have to experience it. It's when the Stanley Parable came out.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I got 7 now. I miss my bucket.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you
There's a
continue
lot
to
of new
surprise me
stuff in
all
this
sorts of
compared to the old version.
mundane, unremarkable ways.
Like, I kind of do want one of the Stanley figurines. Like, that would be pretty cool.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was under the stairs. Then I went back up.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Wait, where do I go now? Because that was blocked off. Okay, now I'm able to go this way.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figure in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
This is... Pink room never happened. So... Oh, that's a little gap. I miss my bucket. There's a mop bucket, not the same.
this was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
I could never rebound with the mop bucket. Windows Movie Maker. Could never do that to Bucket. You found it behind the boss's office. Thanks for watching. Please don't tease me. It's my first video.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8 minutes. Oh, there's nothing this way. So this way is the actual video.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Wait.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh. Do I get my bucket back?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay. The past.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I want more. Oh.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes.
I wasn't expecting that. But I mean, I was half expecting it, knowing crows.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I'm collecting them all, so. Okay, there's nothing over here. Just wanted to see if they put something over there in case. Oh yeah, the pink room is supposed to be the bathroom.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Getting stuck in nostalgia is not good. Looks
This
nice.
is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I
Oh,
want
the
more
hands.
memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Goo Goo Gaga? I don't know. Biggest figurine of them all.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Where are my jumps?
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Honestly, it sounded.
Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
It sounds damn near impossible to create a sequel to the Stanley Parable.
And before everything
But
else,
somehow
it was your office.
they kind of did it.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Whoa.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I
just
stopped
the video.
making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
What the? Ooh. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. I'm dead now! They keep saying push the buttons. Buttons ever become unpushed? All they do. The sequel's now paused. Begin the game again, I guess. I missed the bucket. Okay. We aren't seeing the bucket now, I
All
guess.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket!
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Oh my gosh. Dog mode. And now, Stanley's a furry. This is the whiteboard ending. I'm gonna turn off dog mode.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office.
Bucket,
clutched
bucket,
the bucket
bucket,
tightly to his
bucket.
chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
We're gonna try something new, Bucket.
The bucket calling to him,
Something
telling him
grand,
that the
something
employee
magical.
lounge was simply the place to
Actually.
be. And here it was. Had
We
the bucket
haven't
turned out to
gone
be
the
correct?
whole way
No,
on the...
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Ooh.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nice of you to visit, Martine. Thank
No,
you.
Said the
You have a
bucket.
good evening.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So I want to see where the bucket leads me on this run.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I feel like the bucket's gonna jump me and take my money.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Bucket fanfic continuing! Martine really hopped out at the wrong time, I guess.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Press R to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I like my coffee like I like my, significant other's bucket.
Anyway, Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press Z for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press M to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
Sad.
Bucket,
I suppose he
bucket.
doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
Oh,
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press Y to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier.
Jazz
More
music.
capable of transporting...
It's the bucket!
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
It's abstract bucket art. Okay, there's no bucket in that one. Maybe 8. It's just a button that says the number 8.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
The bucket is wonderful.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. The bucket. Oh no, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
The
Hear
bucket, what?
has to say.
Martine was right.
Asks, what's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it
Never.
to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Fucking hell, dude.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, Stanley
Bucket.
picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
Alright,
This was not
there's one other
the
ending
meeting room,
that
but
you can
Stanley
usually
felt the
do
bucket
with the
calling
cargo
him,
lift.
telling him that the employee
And I
was
want to do it
simply the place to be. And here it
with-
was. Had the bucket turned out to be...
I want to see how it
Was
changes
no,
when you do it with the
never mind.
bucket.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
I don't even
There's
know
something
how
up there I need
completed
you
this
to
game
do.
is. I could be
Stanley
halfway
did not
through.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course,
Because if it has
buckets
double the
don't.
content,
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
well, technically, if it has double the content, I'm almost done. But
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over
the
here.
bucket adds
Stanley once
basically
again
another
obeyed
multiplication
blindly.
of it.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Oh,
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
oh fuck.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
Oh, wow.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all
They're a
likelihood,
Lego person.
you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, Start
Hi, I like
spelling
jokes.
your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm not screaming that. My dad's asleep.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally,
And to become a
it's
Simpson.
time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter. in
The
no
Simpsons
time at all.
shall spread.
Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
I can feel it. This
Well,
time,
say it, I'm not gonna
really
yell
going
it.
to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Caution, do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop it. Stop it. Don't do that. Oh, no, no, no. Frogs are loud.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm gonna go to the right.
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think
That's my title.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. we're back at the phone already? Oh, no, no. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I wonder if it's gonna be a loop.
What? We're back at the phone already? Oh, no, no.
It is a loop.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open
All right.
doors, they entered the door on the left.
Now, third time's the charm.
What? We're back at the phone already?
Okay, yep.
Oh, no, no. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No, 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 no. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Wait.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so mental. I think I saw it playing guitar. No.
What?
Staying away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
What the fuck? I mean, it was a pretty fitting timing to do that version of
All
the
of
end.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
Okay,
place to
yeah.
be.
There was no change in his dialogue
And
now.
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Let's see some other endings with the bucket. I gotta get some of
Good,
this.
Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What the fuck?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying.
God damn it.
everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the
Closet.
first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this
baby
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the
Serious
one who gave
room.
you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh,
Have to
and it
enter
played
in
some
for it.
silly music as well.
Oh. Have you ever dreamed this man? Oh, that's funny. Oh, I wonder what that comic says. I wonder what all those things say.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you
My
remember
name is
all those great
Samuel
jokes from the
Peppermint.
original dialogue?
You have used me for entertainment. Now it's time for me to use you for that same purpose.
It's as classic now
What
as it was
the
back then.
fuck
Let's do it for the
does
fans,
that
Stanley.
mean?
Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Oh, that person's paying. They're just gonna have like a giant magnet. Go, boom, take the bucket from me.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Holy fuck.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it
You've done so much with the bucket already.
Part of the cast all along, don't you agree?
This is
Guess
fucking
what the Bucket
crazy.
Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Fuck no.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting.
Damn.
Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh fuck. You just spit in there.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
Squenched.
Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Yeah, I'm sexy. Not as sexy as a bucket though. Bucket is the best. Always love bucket. Always love bucket.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Love the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where... Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
No.
The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No, I didn't.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. This is strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Oh,
How
no.
did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Wait. Just bursts out like a chest ear.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
She is bucket.
On this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Nice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
I can't leave the bucket now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah. Left door has a couple more endings I can do with the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Okay?
Stepping in.
door is closed. This door is open. Room closet. How to solve a dispute with the coworker. Suggest bucket. I don't know why I'm thinking about building layout right now. I'm like wanting to design building layouts. Ah. Well, that's different. You are now leaving. Huh. Like the Adventureline song is just the best song ever. 756. Is the number going up? 757. Okay. As soon as I ask that. Because we start off in 754. Okay. It's like 760 or whatever. The escape pod is on. You escaping the narrator somehow. Escape pod launch bay. Something, 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 escape pod stuff. Oh hey, there's something. I think I did that last time too. What is this? Fuck the bucket, fuck bucket. Goodbye, bucket. I love you.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No! No, the bucket's gone now. Holy fuck. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Bucket is gone.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I missed the bucket. What's in here? Okay. Money stuff. Oh gosh. I don't know which way I'm going. Let's go down. I don't know which way down is. Stanley, Stanley. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. That's very shiny paper. Of course, it just brings me back here. Okay. Mr. Business Guy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Yeah, I'm kind of on a time crunch here, but
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
oh, I can't press A to bunch now. I'm going to try the escape route this time. You see, they put the sparks
Stanley
there so
walked
you'll
straight
look
ahead
back.
through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I wonder what it would have been like to come down
At
here
this
with
point,
Bucket.
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Death. Yes. Kill me.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and
Oh, that's
willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shattered
morbid.
life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Wait.
And yet it would be just a few minutes.
Oh wow, now
before
title
Stanley
screen?
would
Or
restart
like at the end of the game.
back in his office, as
Could have been
alive
like
as ever.
50 title
What
screens.
exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Nature paintings. There's either that one or that one that was on the screen for pacing of the open section. shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered through development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. A little fly that I'm trying to kill. That texture is above the mug. Interesting. Two doors. Right. I'm trying to I think this is actually the updated credits. I need to show my window. This is interesting to have all this. I don't know what all that money stuff is. Or the happy faces. Why there's that. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game split. They took their time with this. Like the alien base thing, it'd still be cool to see at some point. Or if they even threw in like a reference to it right now. Narrator emails. Alright. So some of this stuff is same as last time. Zending. Layout. Nope, this is the way that I want to go. Through here. Go to here. Then it goes back to the thing that I already went to. I got lost, I admit. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the Countdown engine. Freedom ending. Piano's London. Boss's office. Office clock. Alright. So now we're on the other side. I want to see what's different here, basically.
Sure, we'll get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story.
Narration of
Stanley pushed.
lounge. There's lots of stuff to look at. Again, I don't know if I'm going to be able to cover everything of the game. I will certainly cover as much as I can. But again, you might just have to play it for yourself. It's not always something you can watch.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Nah.
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Because they're invisible?
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
I was gonna let him squish. Does this bring back the bucket? Because if it brings back the bucket... Wait.
And
That's...
try not to lose this one too, you dolt. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, gosh. There we go. Now I wonder what happens if I go to the escape with the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I wonder if the bathroom says anything new this time. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say that's a lovely purse. Hey, say that's a lovely purse. I mean, I could to the elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
The bucket knows the way.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, we haven't even, like, gotten to the freedom ending with the bucket. I wonder what happens if you try to mind control with the bucket. We're just gonna try some things with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read
mind control for...
I want to do
This
this one
passageway
first,
had the word
because I
escape
just done
written
it.
on The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
If we just end up in the same
The door
museum and
behind
nothing
them
has
was not
changed,
shut. Stanley and the
then
bucket still had
I'll just go
every
straight
opportunity
to the end of
turn
the
around
museum.
and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
I wish I had feedback sometimes. Don't make me lose the bucket. Oh, thank God I still have the bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to
Oh,
be.
fuck you,
To be
narrator.
sure,
I love the
it
bucket.
puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Wait, what about Stanley? Just the bucket's life ended?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket
Wait,
to
where's
behold.
the bucket? The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learned here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and bliss, or darkness? Not bliss.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I feel like that's more than 25. The bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. We have to get up there somehow. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Okay, there's that way, there's this way. Okay. The stress bucket analogy. Worry, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Stress equals the level of water in bucket. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. Okay. There was like that whole thing about like, oh, everyone has a bucket above their head, so be nice, because when you do something nice for them, you put a drop of water in their bucket and it fills their bucket and the bucket feels better and stuff. But when you do something mean to them, you're dumping their bucket. And that was like a whole thing when I was in middle school for some reason. It lasted for like a couple of years. Then just disappeared. Cave drawing. While we know the buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Bucket, bucket, bucket. Bucket, truck, bucket, truck.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Bucket. I thought I was gonna fall.
There is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
I didn't expect to actually
Let
get to...
Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die.
Holy
together.
fuck!
The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
That's like a complete 180 from the other time. From the other... Do I still have...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times.
Okay.
Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You...
What the fuck?
Bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh.
My God, Stanley, you did it.
Holy
You saved
fuck!
us from the bucket.
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
What?
Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket.
Fuck you, I'm always gonna grab the bucket.
Magic cast away inside of it.
What the fuck? What was that?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
The end is never the end, the end is never the end, the end is never... Oh. Oh, why is it on all the monitors, though? That phone sometimes rings, though.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
The balloon's in the chair.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this
All
for
right,
the
let's do this.
achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
I forget how long this one is.
Will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I forget how long this one is.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now, that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
Alright, let's go find door 417. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
So it means clicks, not touch.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How
Oh,
about
yeah.
door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Homestuck has ruined me.
Now back to door number 437.
I really haven't even gotten that many achievements.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
Hello, door 416. Hello there, bucket.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Touchy touch. This is the weirdest fanfiction I've ever been a part of.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
I need to close that one and then view all achievements so I can see what I've gotten. 4 achievements out of all that. Huh. Okay then. Oh, that's interesting.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We're gonna go start the mind control with the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I wonder if it's even possible to do it in that time that it said.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Guide me, bucket.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm not necessarily trying to do the speedrun thing. I just want to get through this. Because I
Stanley
also
and
have to
the
go to
bucket
bed.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Maybe more buckets. There might be more buckets, you'll never know.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly
Fired.
dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen
What is
anything
that red
like this,
text?
and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I also wonder what that one there is.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things
what
it
that one
didn't wish
is.
to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Hell yeah, bucket. Looks like the system's gonna kick the bucket, haha. Or the bucket's
When
gonna
at
kick
last they
this.
came to the source of the...
Boop.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
I want to try and do the mind control
They had done
with
it.
the bucket sometime.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their
Next.
greatest and
We're gonna do that
darkest
next.
enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
I'm going
The
kiss and
bucket
stuff.
wanted to learn to roller skate.
Love
Stanley
buckets.
wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple
weird.
life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
What?
What? Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end,
Wait,
is never.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stop.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
You're lucky.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was
I
here.
really am not trying to
Stanley
speak
needed
on this.
the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Oh, we can technically do that.
Yes, this is certainly the most
Fast.
logical explanation.
Because we're going pretty fast right now. Like, I feel like this is the speed we would need to get the one achievement. It's just like, oh, I'll do it in a minute or 4 minutes and
Stanley and the
9
bucket
seconds.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Like, can I fit through that gap? It's a pretty wide gap, honestly.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the
I want to
bucket
know
of
what's
sugar.
on that monitor up there.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Forget how to get
The
some
bucket had never seen
stuff.
anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of
bucket.
things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Stanley was a moron.
No! He screamed into the bucket.
No.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He
Never.
squeezed the bucket tighter.
No
His
way.
one friend in the entire
Impossible.
world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Aww. Alright, there's only one ending that I know for sure I can get while I have the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
That employee lounge is
Stanley
not
took
very
the door on his
accessible
left
for
to go back to the meeting room.
people who
No,
maybe
Said the
wheelchair
bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Obviously, the bucket lived because it's a bucket, and it's very strong. I think that's everything that I can do at the moment. Regardless, I do need to be heading to bed. So. It's awesome. Horror. I mean, it's kind of horror. Sorry, I just looked at the tags that it gave for the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Yeah. But that's gonna be it for today's stream. I really hope you liked it. I had a lot of fun. I know it's a little weird when it's just me talking, but there was enough narration for me to not talk, I think. Anyway, I hope you have a good night, a good day, just a good time in general. I love you. Bye-bye.